Good to go. Thank you. Mrs. Wolf.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Chavez?
You're ready.
It is 6:06 PM on Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. And I would like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome those who are participating in the Board of Education meeting in person and those watching the meeting via live streaming on YouTube. We would ask that anyone addressing the board to please use the microphone at the podium and to identify themselves for the record. As a reminder, the link to this meeting is on the district webpage under Board of Education. The streaming will run through the end of the meeting. In the event there is a disruption in the streaming, I will pause the meeting until it is reestablished. All board members are present. We do have a quorum. We're on item B, Pledge of Allegiance. If you would stand with me, please. Mrs. Chavez, would you lead the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. We are on item C, the announcement of the meeting. Mrs. Chavez, would you please announce the meeting?
This meeting has been announced in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act and the Los Lunas Schools Open Meetings Resolution and is a legally constituted meeting of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education.
Thank you very much. We're on item D, approval of the agenda. Mrs. Chavez, are there any changes or deletions to the agenda?
There are no changes or deletions to the agenda.
Thank you very much. I would stand for a motion regarding the approval of the agenda.
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Vickers. Mr. Bennett has moved and Mr. Vickers has seconded to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
I vote yes.
Mr. Otero,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers.
Yes.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. We are now on item D, E, public comment. Do we have any public speakers this evening?
We do have one, but I'm not sure if that person is here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is Diana Tourville present? No. Okay, well, maybe next time. Thank you, Mrs. Tourville, for your submission. We are on item F, which is the approval of consent items. I would stand for a motion regarding the consent items.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Vickers,
I move that we approve all of the consent items with the exception of item L, approval of district assurance to school board regarding compliance with Title IX as required by New Mexico PED for public schools with athletic programs in grades 7 through 12. And item M11, approval of MOU for statewide dual credit master agreement between UNM, Valencia, and Los Lunas Schools for New Mexico secondary and post-secondary dual credit program fiscal year 26.
thank you, Mr. Vickers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Vickers has moved, Mr. Bennett has seconded the approval of the consent items with the exception of item L, approval of district assurance to school board regarding compliance with Title IX as required by the NMPED for public schools with athletic programs in grades 7 through 12, and item M11, approval of MOU for statewide dual credit master agreement between UNM, Valencia, and Los Lunas Schools for NM secondary and post-secondary dual credit programs fiscal year 26. Is there any discussion? I will, for the benefit of the audience, consent items are the action items on the agenda presented by the superintendent and staff for approval. All agenda items have been reviewed by the board members individually. If no discussion has been asked regarding these items by any of the board members, the action items may be submitted for approval with one motion and vote. The action items that are not consented will be discussed prior to action being taken. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I will call for the vote. Mr. Vickers, this was your motion.
Vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Otero.
Yes.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. We're on item 8, the Superintendent of Schools report.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Osowski, members of the board. I would like to call up Ms. Tiffany McMinn for the monthly construction update.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez, thank you for allowing this opportunity to give you an update on some happenings around the district as far as some improvements to our campuses and sites. So for the first one, the first slide we go to is just a few projects we have. One of the first one, we continue to see installation of our accessibility playground equipment. So they wrapped up KGE, and this was one of the playhouses. I will say, after visiting some of the sites, it's been a hot item for a lot of our kids and their playtime. So we're going to continue with that. I don't have a schedule yet quite of where we're at. We're waiting on the contractor's availability. They're really kind of squeezing us in between some of their larger projects to keep working on ours. So we've had a few done. Then other thing that we've seen in this district is just standard maintenance to some painting. We did some painting at Sundance Elementary on the outside. These are the valances over the windows. We're seeing a lot of weathered rusting or things like that. So we're wanting to maintain and make sure the integrity of those stay well. That was completed. We also started internally with our maintenance department replacing ceiling tiles at Toma Elementary. Many of the ceiling tiles are original to the school. So we're updating those with a fresh look and just clean to the site. So we started in the admin area. When kids weren't there, we've been able to do the front entrance of the school, and it's a substantial difference in notice of that. So we'll continue to work around the school schedule and areas where there are students presently in classrooms to keep working through this project. We're also nearing completion of the Los Lunas High School Stadium project. We are gearing towards our completion ready for the home game. We do have some final inspections that are set up. Where we're at right now, as we look at, we'll be getting our temporary certificate of occupancy from CID on Tuesday, crossing our fingers. The contractor has been in talks with them. There are a few items that will be on a punch list. One of those is an exhaust fan that was a manufacturer default in it. So we're waiting for that to get replaced. Some of the countertops, we're going to have some temporary countertops until the final stainless steel ones are fully fabricated. But this would allow us to open, considering we get the certificate of occupancy. The other item we're waiting on is our fire marshal inspection for our fire alarm system, which is they're currently on site with our employee Jim McMinn tonight, actively working on getting that system up and running. So we'll have more details as the days progress. There's a lot of finish work and cleanup that is taking place right now. And the next slide is just a bit of update on the interior of Peralta. They had a great open house and a lot of smiling faces get to go into that building. One of the items that was a hot design product for us was preserving the legacy of Peralta. We got to see last week creating a new legacy with their new Jaguar mural in the gymnasium, but we also want to highlight some of the completion of the items that we preserved from the old school. So these are wall decals. That images were scanned from the old building and we were able to bring them to life in the new building. So on the top that wraps around our art room, those were all ceiling tiles that were painted by students that have been in Peralta right in front of the library that now encases their art room. Below that is sunflowers that are in the exterior windows for the new library. And then we also see the sundial that was in the old original building. And we did preserve the Peralta Elementary letters that our maintenance reinstalled on top of that. So we do want to take care of the importance of what this school means to many people in the community. The next slide is some of our ongoing progress at Peralta. As many have seen, we have cleared out all the old buildings to the north of the new school, and we're actively working on completing the Parent Drive Loop is our first goal. And that's to the northeast corner next to the gymnasium. And we're looking to wrap that up towards mid-end September, so we can change the drop-off loop and kind of get a lot of those cars off of Molina Avenue and onto their normal route. From there, we will continue making progress with the bus loop to follow, and then the pre-K parent drive and main parking lot at the front of the school. In the meantime, while all of those different phases are happening one after another, they're actively working also on the playground and the play field that is also to the north of the main building. And an update on Ann Parish Elementary. As we spoke last month, we gave a bit of the schedule of what it looks like in the different design phase. As we're in the schematic design, which lays out our school, this is a footprint that we're looking at as our preliminary layout of the new campus, which will be south of the current Ann Parish Elementary, which will allow the students to be in school without being disrupted during construction of the site. So this gives you an idea. The north side is the bus lane, service loop, and staff parking. To the east will be the entrance of the school, and it will come off of the Manzano Expressway rather than its current location, which is a safer. I believe at their open house, we had displays for parents, and that was a very welcomed item from the community that they'd be coming off Manzano Express. And this is, like I said, it's a rough layout. We are working with our committee to kind of refine and identify the spaces that we have here. If you go to the last slide, this will give you a zoomed in approach of what this is looking at, where we're at today. So what we're seeing as far as the building goes, you have a main entrance that is more centered into the school. The green is your admin suite. Going north of there, you have your gymnasium in orange, your cafeteria in yellow. The purple items are going to be your library, innovations lab, maker spaces, art room, those sort of items. Towards the bottom in the light green is a special education suite. The south wing will encompass kindergarten through third grade. Your north wing would be fourth through sixth grade, with all of your playgrounds centered in the middle and compass there. So these are different. We had looked at probably about 4 different schemes that the architects have came up with. A lot of different items we went through during the design was, where does the wind come from? How does the sun impact your classrooms? You know, where you want those windows located? All those different items we looked at to come to this schematic design. Now we're just refining the inside, making sure bathrooms are located in adequate areas. Where do we have the band room? So we're making fine tweaks to it, but soon to have that really established. And we're hoping by the end of the month, early September, we'll start looking at to the design interior phases. So we'll start looking at those finishes. What are the elevations going to look like? What materials are we using to get the full look of the school? So with that, I stand for any questions.
So I know that you have, I'm sorry, members of the board, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Wait, no.
Sorry, I just jumped right in.
Right.
So I was in.
Right, yeah.
Mr. Vickers, questions or
I do have.
comments?
Well, just one comment I'm noticing here, the visitor parking. So from visitor parking, you have to cross the driveway to get to the building, so.
And like I said, this is very preliminary. The sidewalks kind of aren't established in there yet. We have made changes to this to even make the parking lot a little bit different. This is just a preliminary design, but those fine things will continue to work through the next month.
Okay.
So this is just to give you an idea of where we're at, that preliminary. I will say it's been adjusted since this design, but it's still relatively the same layout, but we are tweaking where sidewalks go, how do the cars enter and exit, and maybe we need another entrance to the parking lot. So those are all discussions we have during our committee meetings, and we keep tweaking this to get to where we need to be.
So it's in the tweaking stage.
Yes, yes.
I have a question, you know, because they're putting all that solar stuff right there. Are we gonna be thinking of using any solar power to, you know, use at the school?
That is a good question to look at. We'd have to look at the loads that are already permitted for that area, as solar only allows so much for a space, and I don't know what the maximum is. We are facing, I will say, different electrical code requirements that are different than any of our other schools. So we're actively seeing what those energy conservation things that we're going to be required to do for this school site with our electrical system to see electrical cost savings in the long run.
Thank you.
Another question. You had talked about this being built. You said south of the existing.
Correct.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I don't have an image for you that shows the whole campus, but if you go to the previous slide, John, for me. To the north, you can see the corner of Amparish Elementary. Sorry, that's a common thing we've been doing. Peralta, Amparish, back and forth, but Amparish, you can see where the portables are at, and the far corner there is the existing school. In the red outline, that's kind of shadowed out, is our property boundary.
Another question, we're gonna have a problem with any of those septic lines that are out there? Is that gonna all be excavated, replace soil, or?
So what the engineering team is currently looking at is tying into Cypress Gardens. I know this has been a topic that the district has looked at in the past, and there's different easements. Now is an ideal time to make those connections, so we're not on a septic system. So we are entertaining that idea and to look at what that cost would be for the district.
Good.
So what's the next phase? So after, we go to the internal design, et cetera, et cetera. When is groundbreaking anticipated?
So we're looking at wrapping up design right now. What we're scheduled for design completion is towards the end of May. And then from there, we would start the RFP process that can take upwards of 3 months because we have to meet our board meeting. We have to meet PSFA's council meetings for all those approvals to go through as well of our RFP timeframe. So we would anticipate breaking ground around this time, September next year.
So on the first couple of slides where we talked about the many things like with the playground equipment, and the contractor's been working us in, we've been working on this a bit. What do you estimate as the % completion from getting that equipment in?
I don't have that for you at this time,
Okay,
but I can get that to Mrs. Chavez for you.
okay, because I know we've been working on it for quite a while, so we spent quite a bit of money with them,
Yes.
so I want them to prioritize us, quite frankly. I'm not gonna lie about that one. And the stadium improvements. I know that we talked last month about the need to do some repair on the road up at the high school because we had the manhole that was pretty big, and then we had the drainage from the monsoonal rains, et cetera. Have those repairs been done so that as we go into this season, this
Yes.
fall sports season, we're not gonna be having tremendous difficulty with parking and whatnot?
Correct. The manhole's been lowered, the concrete's been poured, and they were working on the asphalt as of yesterday for the driveway. And so they're accommodating also having to stop work, allow cars to go for parent drop off pickup, and then continue work there, but it will be wrapped up this week.
Okay, well, you have a lot going on. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Oh, hold on. Oh, we have to come down this end. We're quiet over here, right? Okay. Okay. Ms. McMahon, I just wanted to say, number one, thank you for the sensitivity of your crew to post those Peralta Elementary. It was kind of shocking to me because everyone was dropping off the little babies, and I would remember dropping off mine at Peralta, and it wasn't the same school. I know that Mr. Otero did the when that school was no longer there, and it's beautiful. So I'd want to say that. Also got to see the portable being taken out of there. That is so cool. I just happened to be shut down in traffic as they were pulling the portable out, so I had a front row seat to it. Amazing job, by the way. But thank you for that. I did want to ask you about the Ornos. Are we ever going to be able to bring back the Ornos?
That would be a question, I think, for us as a district on how, unfortunately, we had some Ornos at Los Angeles Middle School, and the ones there, they are not, I guess, structurally sound to
Yeah.
move, which they are demoed, but it would be something that would need to be recreated on a site.
Okay, something to consider down the line. So thank you very much for the update. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Mr. Otero?
No, I had some questions last month and they've resolved those issues, so I'm fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. McMahon. Mrs. Tracyk, you could provide our monthly budget, finance, and audit reports.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. I have the state of the finances. This is pretty much the same type of report that you're used to seeing in the previously. But I'll go ahead and go over it again. The first column has the fund numbers and the second column has the description of the fund. The third column has the budget authority. So this is what has been processed through the OBMS and approved by the PED. All the funds, the dollar amounts that we are authorized to spend. And that is what we have as of today. The next column has the budget authority after the bars. We had processed bars for this month, and the blue highlighted are after those bars, once they are approved by the PED, that would be the budget amount that would be in there. Some of these are some new bars for funds that were at zero at the point, and then we would be getting budget authority. So on most of those, you will see that it's at 100% because after you approve those bars, we will process them in the OBMS, and then once they are approved by the PED, then we can start spending those funds. The next column has anything that has been spent or encumbered at this point, and as of the time that I worked on this report. And then the remaining balance would be the difference between the budget authority after the bars, less the spent or encumbered would be the amount that's remaining. And then the very last column is the percentage of the remaining. I like to note on this, like when you look at and you think we're so early in the year, how could operational already, have spent so much and we're only have a 30% remaining? And that is because people on contract, their contracts, that expense is already considered encumbered. So it's already set aside to make sure that we have those expenses in there. And that is why you will see slow movement on the percentage going down for the percentage remaining when it comes to operational, and why at the beginning of the year, it looks like we only have 30% to go. So, you will also see that because for instance, in the transportation, we're already in the negative, and that is because that is salaries. That also has a lot of, we are at this point starting to add a lot of purchase orders in there that are in there just in case they're needed. For example, we're going to need to make sure we have something for tires, because we're not going to want to go through the process if a bus needs it, buses need tires, and we're not going to want to then start getting purchase orders or parts that we might need in an emergency. So a lot of times purchase orders are open just in case when it comes to like transportation and maintenance. That is about it. If you go down to the very bottom, I kind of have where we are, the percentage remaining at this point. I do still have what I normally put the prior month where we are, but now we're comparing. I didn't put last month because last month I reported to you how we ended at the end of the year. And so that's not really comparing apples to apples, how we ended at the end of the year versus where we are at the very beginning. It's kind of in the infant stages of our budget starting this year. The very next section, I have kind of where we are on what I have budgeted estimate for the revenue coming in and versus what has truly come in at this point. And then the amount we can estimate to still come in and where we are on that percentage. Being that our SEG is such a large component of the revenue, it usually whatever that percentage is at is where we're at, which for example, here you have, I believe it's 83%. And if you look at how many months we have in a year, and the percentage of how many months we have remaining, you're at the same percentage. So that kind of tells you, so our SCG really is always going to kind of be at that percentage because we receive 1/12 of the SCG, and we're going to receive that amount until it is adjusted. So it will, right now, the amount that I estimated the budget to come to is off the calculation of numbers that we have coming in with the students. And I think if you remember when we going back to how the 910B5 looks and what we use for it, that number, we will receive that amount until it does get adjusted, and there will, it will be reviewed after the 40th day. So it's possible that that number could change what we receive once the 40th day happens. It is reevaluated. That is all I have to show on the finance side of it. Are there any questions on finance information?
I'm going to look to my left because I've been negligent tonight. Mr. Otero, any questions?
Yes, I do, Madam President, and members of the board. Superintendent Chavez, I have questions regarding transportation. You know, there's been a lot of construction going on. There's been a lot of traffic issues, and I have a granddaughter. She goes to KGE, and I've noticed that the buses seem like they're being used more. Are people actually sending their children on buses more right now, or do you know?
So it's hard to, Madam President, Mr. Otero, members of the board, it's hard to determine the exact numbers, but I have seen more students on the buses as well riding lately, and I've seen a little bit less cars on the road, but we don't have the exact numbers yet. We can get that though.
Well,
We are
you know,
encouraging.
it just seems that way to me. You know, in this district, it just seems like we roll a lot of buses, but a lot of parents like to drop their kids off, but it just seemed like to me like there's less cars and more kids being transported. Now, another thing, and maybe it's my imagination, but has there been an increase in enrollment this week or last week, or is it? I've noticed some classes are have new students, and what's the status on that?
So our enrollment we're actually have seen a decrease in enrollment in our school district, and we did see a decrease from the count on August 8th to the count of August 15th. So we saw a little bit of a decrease. Where we're really seeing the enrollment decrease is actually in our kindergarten class, which is surprising. But if you look at the birth rates, there may not have been a lot of kids born, and that was right during COVID. So we are seeing a smaller number of kindergarten students. So it does feel like there's more students, but we actually have seen a decrease in enrollment. But it is kindergarten. We've started to pinpoint where the grade is, and it's kindergarten.
Yeah, well, that's where she happens to go to kindergarten, and I noticed that in her class seems half full. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so at some of our school sites, we're seeing a higher number of anticipated students in kindergarten, while as our schools that have traditionally higher numbers of kindergarten students, we've seen a lower number of enrollment. So that hasn't been seen in quite some time. We've been looking at the numbers. We talk about it often in cabinet. We also did have a very large senior class that graduated last year. So we did have a lot of graduates that did go on to their next post-secondary level. But we are monitoring enrollment very carefully.
All right, thank you.
And to add on to your comment, Mr. Otero, she did provide for us at the weekly update, the enrollment numbers. And so what I provided for you, or for all of my colleagues here, is just from last week to this week, the change from the previous week. So you'll see that in the second column, it says change from previous week end. So that's a count. So it looks like we're down by 31 students. Again, just ranked our schools from lowest enrollment to highest, not including what I would call our non-traditional, which are the Head Starts, Tackle, Family School, and CHS. So starting with the school with the lowest enrollment or for the highest enrollment, and then comparison to the average for that particular grade band. Because SEG is such a big part, and because our federal funding is so iffy and sketchy right now. We have to really pay attention to what's happening with SEG, and I'm glad that Mrs. Tracek puts that amount on there to remind us, 83% of our budget, or 83% remaining, but it's a huge amount of our budget, so we're cognizant of it in terms of enrollment, just watching it very closely, and it's nice to know Mrs. Chavez and her staff are also starting to get to the root cause and understand where we're having some differences. Mrs. Simoia, do you have any other comments about budget?
It's
Well, you have
tight.
lots of comments.
Lots of comments.
Questions.
No, thank you for the report. Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vickers, any questions for Mrs. Tracek?
No, no.
Mr. Bennett?
thank you.
No, thank you.
I appreciate this always.
Yeah.
There's no federal funds included on here. And I'm twitchy about the federal funds. We have a lot of money out there in terms of our monthly use of federal funds.
Oh, you mean revenue wise?
Yes,
or
revenue wise, yeah. I know that they're included over here in the expenditures in the different fund. Correct? Did I get the terminology correct?
So the revenue, yes, so all of the expenditures
Right,
are what we do
include-
approve, right,
Right,
for
very
that. The revenue, like right now, we have to complete the, we're now just asking, we're just now entering July information to get the federal, then we receive the RFRs will be processed. So you wouldn't even see any revenue at this point on anything because we are constantly, you have to finish the month, close it out, gather it all up, send copies of every payment that goes through, send it on the OBMS. It then needs to be sent off to them, and then they have like a month to make payments. Then we have to process it. So by the time we post it, it's usually not till the end of the month, do you have all revenue to make sure that you tie to everything. So if there's a school that hasn't sent in their paperwork on revenue, you might be waiting on that. So it takes quite a while. So it would actually at this point look a little scary with nothing came in yet. So it's always quite a bit of a time lag.
I think even with the lag though, it might be, as we start kind of catching up, it might be nice to start seeing that though. Because we have to monitor that as well. This is always such an interesting report to me. Thank you for it. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board and Superintendent Chavez, next I have for the audit committee. Our audit committee did meet last Tuesday and we just discussed some of the items that, the list that they put out and that we're ongoing working on it. And we also discussed for the special audit, our regular auditors were also awarded for our special audit. And that special audit on the next audit committee on September 9th, we will have our entrance meeting. They did mention though that we, even though we haven't had the entrance meeting on it, they are able to start working on it. So. And that is really all I have since the audit at this point is confidential. So, any questions on audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tracek. So we did start our school year on August 4th. We welcomed back our 1st through 12th grade students and we welcomed back our pre-K through kinder, welcomed our pre-Kers on August 5th. We also did have a jumpstart day on August 1st for our 7th and 9th grade students, as well as our students who were new to the school that they were attending. We did provide that opportunity for our students specifically because we did change boundaries last school year. So we are obtaining our parent feedback on that information and we will have those survey results ready for us to review very soon. So we can understand how well we did as we welcomed our students back to the year. So we are very excited. Our students are back on our campus. We work all summer long for our students to come back. We miss them. So it's really exciting when they come back. It's hard to believe, but we're already on our third week of the school year. It's already gone by that fast. We did have a successful start to the school year. We've been visiting school sites routinely. It was very fun in the first couple of days. There were a lot of exciting things for our students. Our students did have opportunity to take pictures on campus with the photo booth. So thank you to parents. We did enjoy taking those pictures and sharing those back to school pictures amongst our colleagues and family. There have been minor issues to start the year. We did have some unanticipated traffic issues the first week of school, which did cause us to dismiss Los Lunas High School earlier, but that was beyond our control. We are working with our local municipalities so that we can assist with some of the anticipated traffic that has been occurring in our town. Elementary schools are adjusting to their new start times, and at some elementaries, their new dismissal times as well. As you saw from Mrs. McMillan's report, the new Peralta Elementary officially opened to students and staff. It was so exciting and heartwarming to see our students and staff walk through their new campus on open house. And I was so excited to see some of the traditions that were at the original Peralta school brought into the new school, specifically the artwork that has been carried through. Construction at the school continues, so you can see it as an active construction site outside of the campus. Some of our families are just creatures of habit. They're still trying to go into the old main building because it's still there. So they have to get used to the new traffic pattern to walk to the new building. The contractors are working on the playground and the new drop-off and pickup lanes for grades 1st through 12th. Our kinder and pre-K pickup and drop-off lanes will be done as mentioned later on in the school year. Our district, we're very excited to announce that we received grant funding for 5 new school buses. These grants supported purchasing 3 new diesel buses and 2 new propane buses. We are appreciative of the grant so we can replace some of our older buses. These new buses will have air conditioning. We're very excited about that. It is now in state law that our buses have air conditioners. Prior to, I believe it was 2023, they did not have to have air conditioners. So these new buses will come with AC. As we know, it's been very hot, so that will be welcome for our students and our drivers. Our district continues to recruit for vacant positions. These do include positions throughout the district, such as teaching and bus drivers, 2 highly needed areas that we need to hire. So at the last count, we had 9, I believe, open teaching positions. That's held steady for a couple of weeks. Most of those are special education teacher positions. And we continue to actively recruit for bus drivers. So we were getting new buses. We need those bus drivers to drive those buses. As mentioned before, we are carefully monitoring our enrollment for the school year. Our enrollment has decreased from last school year. Some of the decrease may be to as mentioned, a smaller kindergarten class throughout the district than last school year. We continue to hold registration for our students. One other note in the enrollment numbers, we have seen a fairly large drop in enrollment at Catherine Gallegos Elementary. We are about 5 as of last Friday, we were at 555 students. We typically run about 615 to 620 students. So we have seen a decrease and we are looking at that and noting that a lot of those numbers are due to kindergarten. Our kindergarten classes are smaller than normal at this time of year, but we are monitoring those numbers very carefully. Elementary schools held their open houses on July 31st. We had all 10 elementary school open houses on that day. It was exciting to welcome our parents and our students back on campus, and overall they were very well attended, which was very nice. Middle school and high schools are holding their open houses this month. Valencia Middle School, I believe, just concluded. So was this month. We have 2 more at the end of this week and the last one next Tuesday. The fall sports season has begun as our monsoon season has joylessly brought us the rain. It also brings us lightning. So we did experience a lightning delay, and I'm not sure if Mr. Hayes has the latest update, but we did have, we are a go. We have Valencia High School and Los Lunas High School boys soccer that are playing this afternoon, but they did have a slight lightning delay. So we're excited that they're able to play. Many teams have their first games this week. We wish all our student athletes well this fall season. Last year, we implemented the clear bag policy for all indoor and outdoor venues for our sports facilities. That policy will continue to be implemented this school year. Although we just started the new school year, we would like to inform our community that the graduation date for the class of 2026 is Monday, May 18th, 2026. Commencement ceremonies for Century High School, Valencia High School, and Los Lunas High School will be at the UNM pit. Information regarding graduation and robing ceremonies is on our district website, and we did release that information right before school started, so parents and families can plan well ahead for this very momentous occasion. I would, as I always like to do, is thank our staff for all their hard work, dedication, and effort as we started the new school year. August has been exceptionally warm so far. Being out on duty at the end of the day is quite a feat, especially after you're teaching all day and working with students, and then you need to go outside and help our students get home safely. So if you've been out there and have seen our staff, please give them thank yous. It's not easy, and it was about 102, 103 degrees that first week. Our kiddos and our staff were really hot. So I know they're going to welcome a relief to the heat. And thank you to our team across the district for making this a very successful start to the school year. And we look forward to continuing that success throughout this year. And with that, that includes my report. And I stand for any questions.
Mr. Vickers, any questions?
Just wondering, are we required to have seatbelts in school buses?
Not at this current time, no.
Okay, I was just wondering, and I know our neighbor Texas does require them now, and they had a rollover
They did.
like the first day of school or something like that, so you know, those things happen.
They do.
Just wondering, thank you.
Our youngest learners do have to be seat belted. So our pre-Ks.
Mr. Bennett, any questions?
No.
Mr. Otero? Any
No.
questions? Mrs. Simoia?
No, thank you for the report.
A couple of, or a question, the clear bag policy last year, did that help the staff with, or did that help alleviate problems going into athletic games and whatnot that we had experienced before?
Initially, there was stress and anxiety over it because it was a change, but I believe after that dissipated, it was fine. And it did help us with patrolling what's coming in and out of our stadiums and our basketball gymnasiums.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
And I did notice that our district to the north has instituted this policy as well.
Any other thing that you go to that has a large gathering, it's a clear bag policy. So absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. For the members of the audience, item H, the superintendent of schools report is for informational purposes only. No action is needed or warranted at this time. We are on to item I, board commendations, and we'll start with Mr. Otero. Do you have any commendations for us tonight?
Well, I guess for the second month in a row, I'm going to commend all the employees. I know it was a rough start. It was hot. It's been, and it just seems like it's going to be that way for a while. And I just want to encourage them to stick with it, and hopefully you can fill some more positions and get up to par. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mrs. Simoia?
Yes, a couple of them. First of all, thank you, Ms. McMahon, and to your maintenance team. The pride that they take in our facilities and making sure that everything is ready and looks appropriate, moving things out of the way is phenomenal. Quick shout out to the administrative staff, educators, for what you do. I think this is incredible. I've also noticed a shortage of Tylenol in Valencia County around the start school. So in the future, you want to buy that in advance. And you know, just, and to Miss Tracy, because that finance job, she takes care of those finances as if it was personal to her, and she's very concerned. And I know she's probably the one buying all the Tylenol at night after her finance meeting with me. So I appreciate you. I just wanted to say that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mrs. Simoia. Mr. Vickers, any commendations?
I'm
None. Okay, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to, what Mr. Otero said, thank the staff for a great startup, and also a congratulations to Mr. Hayes for accepting and taking that job as athletic director. I know you're going to do a great job and truly appreciate you going forward with that. Thank you.
I attended 4 open houses: Sundance Elementary, Catherine Gallegos Elementary, Raymond Gabaldon Elementary, and Los Lunas Elementary. The campuses were beautiful. The staff were welcoming. the directions and the number of personnel that were there to meet and greet parents and families. They were all easily identifiable. They were either wearing their staff t-shirt or their Los Lunas Schools t-shirt that we had from that morning. And so I would like to especially thank those particular schools and their staffs. They were just remarkable. It was nice to be out amongst parents and walk the halls and see the campuses. And I very much enjoy it. I also want to do a shout out to the Village of Los Lunas on their opening of the new I-25 interchange and thank them for including Los Lunas Schools in the invitation and the ability to be present and hear about their timeline and celebrate their success. They have been working on this for over 20 years. It will impact our district once it gets going. It will be a nice, beautiful thing. We may have a few bumps by the time it gets between here and 2029 when phase 1 is expected to be completed. So those are the things that I have. Thank you very much. We are now on to item J, a presentation of the Los Lunas graduate profile. Mrs. Chavez.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Osowski, I would like to invite Ms. Bonio to the podium to provide the presentation for the graduate profile for Los Lunas Schools.
Madam President, member of the Los Lunas School Board. Madam President, member of the Los Lunas School Board, Education Superintendent Chavez. Thank you for this opportunity. Please bear with me. I've got water and cough drops and I will get through this. So tonight, we're going to present a profile of the graduate for our Los Lunas School District. I want to apologize. We had more people planned to be here to kind of express this and support this. Unfortunately, due to family responsibilities and sicknesses, I can't imagine. I am solo tonight with Jessica Baldonado, who I'll introduce here in just a moment. So conversations started probably around 2022 at the state level about high school reform. We knew that legislature was also going to be coming down that would change high school requirements. Yeah, it's the presentation. That's that's the boom.
There we go.
There we go.
Jump to the end right away.
So we started working with Future Focus, which is a liaison group that goes between state legislature and public education department. And they also came up with what I'll talk about a little bit later called the Innovation Zones Grant. I was lucky to actually serve on the first panel of the Innovation Zones Grant, which was money that was put towards implementing changes that we knew was coming down from legislature. We knew three things were going to happen. We knew that graduation requirements would change. We knew that capstone would be an intricate part of the change. And we also knew that the graduate profile would either be a requirement or a recommendation. So we started that work using that Innovation Zones Grant. We spent the next few years researching and piloting capstone projects and graduate profiles. We visited and worked with other districts who had successfully implemented them, including Zia High School, ACE Leadership, and Hobbs High School. And then we began to do the work here in our own district. And our graduate profile was created in collaboration with teachers, parents, students, administrators, and local employers throughout our community. Go ahead. So what is a graduate profile? A graduate profile is not just a document, but it's a process of engaging our community and our school. The process is to develop a compact between the community and our schools to say, these are the skills and attributions that a Los Lunas Schools graduate will be equipped with when they leave Los Lunas Schools and when they enter into our community and into our workforce. So during that process, we created focus groups. We met with over 300 participants, 100 participants from each high school. That would be Los Lunas High School, Valencia High School, and Century High School. We also created focus groups with our local employers. We conducted several surveys with parents, teachers, local employers, and students. We hosted 3 community nights where we actually sat down and collaborated on the actual document, which you'll see in just a moment. Determining the main themes of what we want to see coming out of our schools. What are those skills and attributions? And also we had a core team here at the school level from each of our campuses that put that together. Next slide. So this is the unveiling of our graduate profile. It is a living document and it will serve as a guide when making decisions in our high schools. And you'll see some of those decisions and recommendations coming. Events, activities, and even assignments can be evaluated using our graduate profile. We will use it, for an example, as a rubric for our capstone projects. We've made decisions to create a district graduate profile, so you won't see something different for each of our high schools. This comes as a district. The reason we chose to go as a district is because we are still one community and we don't want to tax our community into having several different ideas at different high schools. And our students are pretty fluid too. They move between our high schools. So we thought it was important to create that community and continue that community and create one graduate profile. The most beneficial part of the process of creating the graduate profile is that connecting with our community. It gives our community and our local employers a voice in our school. And creating that partnership also creates more opportunities for our students, which we're beginning to see because they're offering work-based learning opportunities. We're also seeing opportunities for job shadowing and even internships. The graduate profile will be something that we revisit every year. It's not a one and done, it's a living document. We'll continue to work with our community. If you take a look at the graduate profile, the skills and attribute that we're in a compact with our community with is that students will have responsible citizenship by leading through example, integrity, ethical decision making, and managing a positive impact on the local community. Effective communicator, express thoughts and ideas clearly through both written and verbal dialogue, active listening and collaboration effectively with others of diverse settings, to foster positive community relationships through meaningful communication. A focus on wellness, developing habits in physical, emotional, social, and financial well-being for the health of a balanced life. An innovative thinker, the use of creative and critical thinking skills to complete problems, approach challenges from multiple perspectives, and innovate with meaningful solutions. And lastly, self-driven, to take initiative and settle an achievement goals to demonstrate intelligence in the face of challenges or resilience in the face of challenges. So there is your Los Lunas Schools graduate profile. And I stand for any question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Otero, any questions?
No.
Mrs. Simoia?
No, thank you. I think this is incredibly comprehensive and takes the whole individual into consideration. I really appreciate this.
Mr. Vickers?
You mentioned it's a living document. So how does it change? How does it grow?
So we continue to work with our community, especially with the local community members and the employers that were part of the process. And we're continuing those relationships and building more relationships outside of that. And so it's going to be community nights with them again, at least once a year to revisit. But as we continue to work with them on other elements like the capstone projects and stuff that I'll be presenting here in a little bit, it's just building that relationship with them. And as we see, we might need to add things or tweak things, that helps our community grow.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett?
I just have a question on the surveys, like what kind of questions were actually put up? What kind of information are we trying to pull back in?
So we're gonna look over some of that as well, when we get into graduate requirements. But some of the things is meeting with students and asking them, doing focus groups and surveys with students, what is it that you want, what is it that you need from school that would help you to move into your future? Or how do you see school connecting you to your community? That was a big piece of it. What opportunities do they see? And how can we help them get to those opportunities? That was a lot of conversation. It's very anecdotal on some of those focus groups, but then we also have some qualitative data as well that we got gathered from them.
Thank you.
Lots of conversations.
Yeah, I'm anxious to know about the questions on the survey as well. And when I'm looking through the 5 components of a graduate, I'm wondering where employment and or next steps for them. I see the taking initiative and setting and achieving goals. But I'm wondering where the next stages are, and did that come up in any of the you're giving me a strange look. So
Yeah.
either I'm not effectively communicating or it's your cough drops. I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, we love both.
Yeah, just me. Because what I don't see here from a graduate profile is that they know what their next, they know where they're going, or they've got a plan for themselves, or that they take responsibility for themselves moving into the next stage of their life. I see a lot of stuff that talks about the here and the now, but I don't see anything that's forward thinking about what they're doing for themselves in their next step, which could be one of 2 things. It could be that it didn't come up in the focus groups, which is always a possibility. I mean, students may not be necessarily thinking about their next steps, but I mean, one of the things that I've seen in the academic literature about profiles of graduates have been that the graduate owns, that they're responsible for their next step. I mean, they're compulsed to be in this K-12 setting
Right.
by state law, right?
Absolutely.
But they're not compulsed to do anything afterwards. So I'm wondering, can you talk a little bit about that? How come I'm not seeing much there?
So, conversations do come up like that, absolutely. And in fact, surprisingly, that conversation specifically comes up more with our students than it actually did with our employers and our community, because they are asking about what they can do now for their future. These skills and attributes, like I said, came from employers, it came from community members, it came from students and from teachers. Specifically, I think self-driven might be more of where that direction might be going, as where I'm going to go for my future. And we also are going to see, when we get into graduate requirements and our recommendations, we are focused on the future for sure. Is that something we need to weave back into the graduate profile? That's something that our committees can look at.
I hope so, because I feel like this is all about the here and the now, as opposed to
Next steps.
understanding. Yeah, next steps. I mean, our whole purpose is to move successful citizens on, but this is
Absolutely.
a fabulous first start. And I know it's tough. It's tough work. Focus work.
It's a lot of work.
Tough
Yeah.
work. So thank
It
you
is.
very
It's
much.
really interesting because it is almost written from an employer group perspective, an employer's perspective of what I want
But I want,
from someone who's coming into my workforce.
absolutely.
And not, yeah, I'm kind of, when you read through it feels almost like this is what I need from an employee.
Right.
You generate those, but it really isn't it's not the graduate's voice saying those,
That's
what I want to do. And yeah, and interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the part that's missing.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. Appreciate it. This item was for informational purposes only. No action is needed or warranted. We are on item K, presentation and approval of elective requirements for the 2029 per ped graduation requirements. So I believe we have a brief presentation before we can actually get to the board's discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Chavez, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Osowski, members of the board. I will actually pass this back over to Ms. Montano so she can go over
Oh my gosh.
a description of what the graduate requirements are for the class of 2029. Hard to believe, but that will be here sooner than we think. And then some recommendations that we would like to provide to the board members this evening. Mrs. Montano.
Thank you again, Madam President, members of the school board, Superintendent Chavez. So graduate profile and the graduate requirements go hand in hand. The same work on the graduate profile is the same work that's part of the journey of the recommendations that we're going to bring to you today. In preparation and anticipation for House Bill 171, which is in your packet, we also began looking at the changes that were coming down, and we knew that one of the things that we had to do as a district is that we had to set things in place that created meaning for our students so that school had meaning for them. A lot of exploration began as we once again visited with other high schools that had incorporated some changes that we knew were actually going to be coming down. Here on your screen is a dive into House Bill 171 and the new requirements. On the left-hand side, you'll see what the current requirements are and opposed to the upcoming requirements, which is really actually for the class of 2029, the current freshmen. So previously, our students were required to have 4 math classes. That hasn't changed. In essence, we still have 4 math units that are required. The difference is that previously all students needed to take Algebra 2, so they had to get up to that Algebra 2. In the new bill, students will have a choice for the last 2 math units of their high school career. Those math units can be Algebra 2, Calculus, Statistics, and moving on. They could also be financial literacy, which we've always offered, but that can also be a choice. The other thing that is offered is an opportunity for students to do work-based learning or CTE classes, as long as they meet and the qualified standards. Now, that's where it gets a little tricky because we are still waiting for PED to come down and show us exactly what that can look like for the class of 29 when they become juniors and seniors. But the idea is that students would have a choice in those mathematical units. English is much the same. 4 units have always been the requirements in that sequential order, English 1 through 4. In the new bill, we have the same 4 units, 3 of them being sequential, and the 4th again being an option for students to do something a little bit different. Again, a work-based learning, NEL course, or it could also be a CTE course. Again, we're waiting for specific guidance, but the idea is that as long as the students or the course can show that they are the academic standards and they qualify with the PED, the student can get that 4th credit for English. Sciences, follow the same suit. 3 units, it's always been 3 units. 2 of them have always been the traditional lab courses. However, for that 3rd unit, again, we have that choice again that we would be able to offer. An example of this that we do know will be available to students are classes like the biomed classes that are currently CTE classes, but they would fit the science standards. Social sciences has changed as well. Currently, in social studies, we have 3.5 credits. A half credit had to be New Mexico history. In the new bill, we have 4 credits of social studies. New Mexico history does not have to be a standalone course. Currently, we teach New Mexico history in 4th grade, we teach it again in 7th grade, and then we teach it again in 9th grade. In this new bill, as long as the social studies standards for New Mexico history are included in your US and in your government class, we don't have to have a standalone class. The difference is that they have also added a personal financial literacy standards that have to be have to be included. And we have a choice to include them also in our government's econ and US government class or US history class, or we can have a standalone class for personal financial literacy, which is what we've chose to do, and I'll explain that in just a few moments. Physical ed has remained the same, 1 unit. Health has also remained the same as a half a unit. And if we go on to electives, the current or before 2029, 7.5 units were required. Now 5.5 units are required, and these are choice units. The only thing that they're actually, specifically what they're asking for students to do is to get to a second level of an elective. So that could be as simple as taking Spanish 1 and 2, and you've sufficed the 2 units. It could be taking welding 1 and 2. It could be taking, Woods 1 and 2. So they're asking that students, they're requiring students to have that second unit in a pathway. The other 2 units of elective is where we get the opportunity as an LEA to choose what units, what types of electives we want our students to walk away with. Our recommendation is going to be a capstone class for both junior and senior year. Because it does fit with the essence of House Bill 171, and it also it also is in response to our community with our focus groups and our surveys, and it aligns with our graduate profile. Something to also note with additional requirements is previous to House Bill 171, students were required to take an AP dual credit or online course. As of the House Bill 171, students will not be required to have to take any of those classes. However, we are required to offer those classes, which of course we will continue to do. So I want to talk, the next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about financial literacy and personal financial literacy, because this can get kind of muddy. Financial literacy course code 2097 is our math class. So this can be a choice students take after those first 2 math units. It's always been a choice that we've offered. And in that class, it is very, very much the calculations and the bookkeeping of financial literacy. So it is the math side of things. We have personal finance, which is what the standards have been added to social sciences. This is course code 0517. This is a social studies credit. Prior to House Bill 171, we've offered it as an elective. It really is more about management of money. So it talks, we're going to get into mortgages, interest rates, how investments work, what's a 401k, a 401b, retirement, kind of that the personal growth in money. We also have seen in our graduate profile that financial well-being is something that our community and our students are interested in and find necessary to grow in. So we are recommending that this be a standalone social studies to meet the 4 credits for social studies for House Bill 171. And we'll take a look a little bit further in how that looks for our students. So capstone, which I've already started to allude to, is really the essence of House Bill 171. And when we first started this work in 2022, and we knew that legislature was coming down, we were almost certain that capstone would be a requirement. By the time it went through its iterations and came to be, it wasn't a requirement. It's a recommendation. School districts, if you read House Bill 171, it says school districts are encouraged to make available courses and programs of study that allow students to pursue a range of post-secondary opportunities and workforce opportunities, and gain the knowledge of entrepreneurship principles as determined by the students' next step plans, as well as the graduate profile. So it's defined as a multifaceted academic and intellectual experience that spans over a period of time. So students will be working on this from year to year. And it comes out in a variety of forms. It can come out as a product, a research, performance, or presentation. It is project-based. It can come from a work-based learning environment. It can be a community-based project. It can be a CTE project. It can also be research in the social sciences, in the physical sciences, can be research based off of issues and events. We're going to see some examples of capstones here in a minute. There's an evaluation or a panel of evaluations that come up with the rubric itself for the project based off of the type of project the student has chosen to do. And also the graduate profile is used as part of that rubric. The capstone allows us to meet students where they are at. And it allows our focus group has asked for this types of experiences for our students. Again, finding that place where we can bridge what students do inside of high school to their community and to their future. So our recommendation in order to satisfy the House Bill 171 is the capstone class as our 2 units. The units would be completed in that order. First course number 2240 would be the junior year, and 2241 would be the senior year. And students would, yeah, we'll go to the next. Sorry. This is what a 4-year student would look like. This is our proposal. So as a 9th grader, they would take the traditional ELA and math classes. They would also still continue to take the PE class. They would take that traditional science lab class, most likely biology, and they would have 2 electives. In our focus groups and in our collaboration, one thing that we heard over and over again was to make sure that freshmen still had 2 elective classes. That was something that we wanted to make sure happened. Reason being, one, obviously, elective classes is why students come to class, why students come to school. But the other piece to that elective is that if we want kids to get into a pathway and have those completer courses where they get to that 2nd level, 3rd level, and even 4th level, they need those opportunities as a freshman. We have the half credit of health that we still need to complete. And through our focus groups, we also came up with the academic success class as a half elective credit. The academic success class would be for incoming freshmen. The idea is to help them get prepared for that high school rigor, study skills, how to manage their time. And it's also going to focus on introducing to them what a capstone actually looks like and how it can be beneficial to them and start preparing for and coming up with ideas for their future. 10th grade would be ELA and math, again, those traditional classes. We would add the personal finance for social studies and world history. And again, that traditional science class coming from the lab and the 2 electives. We do want to keep world history for 10th graders and US history for 11th graders because they align very nicely with the humanities block for Englishes. And that also aligns with our dual credit opportunities. And so we need to keep those aligned together. The 11th grade would have the traditional ELA, English 3. Students would begin to make those choices on what they want to do with math. We would again have US history. Science would we would begin to allow them to have choice in those science classes. Hopefully they've gotten to an elective completer by that time and an additional elective class. And the capstone first year would be in that junior year. 12th grade, ELA, again, we might be able to have some choice there as well as our math classes. Economic and government blocks, just as we traditionally have them. Again, we would have 3 electives as a senior, and then that 4th elective would be that capstone class. We have lots of opportunities for our seniors to have early release, late arrival, but not willy-nilly. They would be based off of their pathways and, of course, their capstone projects. We hope to increase our internships, job shadow, and work-based learning, and that's why we'd like to keep those opportunities for our seniors. Next slide. So we've begun this work. This doesn't happen overnight, and it's already taken quite a few years to get to the point where we are at. We have piloted capstone projects in both our CTE courses and in our service learning courses. Jessica Baldonado, who is here with us this evening, is our capstone teacher. And she has been pushing in and helping teachers learn how to conduct capstone projects. And this year was able to push into core classes and to work with some of our core teachers on how they might help facilitate capstone projects in their classes as well. We're going to continue that work across all 3 high schools this year in order to build capacity among our teachers in preparation for the class of 2029's junior and senior year. And actually, we're going to skip these 2 slides because Jessica's going to present those to you. But before that, I'd like to share with you that none of this is possible without the engagement of our community. And here are some of our partners. This is not an exhausted list. And even today, we're getting more and more people involved in our partners for both the graduate profile capstone projects and also just working with our students and offering opportunities in internship, work-based learning, and job shadowing. And lastly, just to remind you what the goals are of the capstone project. To increase application of academic to real-world setting, making that connection for our students, individualizing and personalizing the education experience for all of our students, regardless of what their interests are and future goals are, to increase collaboration and opportunities within our community and within employers in our community, to integrate Los Lunas School's graduate profile. You can see that some of the recommendations from that work are inclusive of the types of work that students would complete with capstone, as well as that personal finance piece. And then increase satisfaction with the educational process for both students and parents. What I would like to do is go back to slide 8, the capstone part pieces. And I'd like to introduce to you Jessica Baldonado, who's been working with this process for about 3 years now. And it's those ones, yes. And she can talk a little bit about some of those examples of capstone. Thank you, Jessica.
Hello, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. My name is Jessica Baldonado, and I'm a teacher with Los Lunas Schools. I started by proposing service learning a few years ago at Los Lunas High School, and we got the class and we piloted capstones our first year. So we had about 40 students, two sections of service learning, which resulted in about 20 projects being done. Last year, we expanded our classes, and I went into core classes as well, including sports teams completing capstones projects, and we had about 700 students complete a capstone last year. This year, I am working across the district in helping CTE classrooms. They're already doing the work. Now we're gonna call it a name. So CTE classrooms, I'll be working with core classroom teachers as well, and then other fun projects. This is my passion, my 27th year in education, and I'm only here because I get to do this work now. So capstones are amazing. They change lives, they change students' lives, they change parents' lives, and they change the opinions that our industry partners have of our students. Sorry, got to get my glasses on. Their student transformation, student agency, their communication, leadership, and self-advocacy skills increase tremendously. We see different students from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. They result in job readiness. They result in college readiness. And our industry partners are excited to work with us. They have increased every single year. We get teacher involvement. Teachers, they are excited about what they're doing in class. They see the results in their own students, and I get more requests than I can handle for me to go and help them facilitate their capstone projects. Parents help their students with capstone projects, come and pick them up from school, take them to meetings with our industry partners, are there for all of the projects, and are supporting them all the way. Our school settings has changed. Our culture has grown. Students are excited because a lot of the capstone projects are presented within the school day, and everybody gets to be a part of what those school projects are. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we see up here. There's so many more examples. But our first picture up there is a group of students, 3 students that conducted Kindness Week. We had students that were being bullied, and so they chose this as their passion project, and their project just evolved from like wanting to address bullying to making it a week-long activity. Those students joined Service Learning the first year. Their project was a smash and joined Service Learning the second year to have our second annual Kindness Week, and are in Service Learning this year again. So their project just expanded. Last year, part of their project was to take it to the community. We hosted a women's tea party, and they brought some of their kindness things over there and handed it out to our community. The second project you see there, these are 2 girls. They graduated last year. They were in Service Learning multiple years as well. They put on a resource fair because they themselves experienced being low income and not having things that other students had. So their passion, excuse me, was to bring resources to other students and community members. So they had an entire community event with probably about 30 vendors from our community that came in and handed out resources to people that came. Free food, free haircuts, and other resources. So they gained employment from their capstone, and they weren't the only students, but one of the groups that they ended up mentoring with was so impressed with their work ethic and passion that those 2 young ladies gained employment. Next slide. Last year, I went into core classes, and so we had DUI prevention. That's not up there, but we had a student who lost her father to a drunk driving accident, took this project on as part of her class because she wanted to address drinking and driving, and partnered with state police and Mothers Against Drunk Drivers and had a week of activities during lunch for our students. We had a night at the museum where just about every junior at Los Lunas High School chose a real person from history that had passed on, and they had to recreate, find out information, and give speeches. We invited 6th grade students to come and explore during the day, and then in the evening, we had a parent night where the students dressed up again and all of the parents came, and the parking lots were filled with parent involvement. Our English classes, pre-AP and AP across 9th through 12th grade, had a literary food truck where it was an alternative way to show like a book report, but more engaging. And we also invited parents in and had that project displayed throughout the cafeteria. And we had a crime scene investigation. We also included state police, OMI, and we had a crime scene where our psychology students had to solve a crime throughout like a process during the week. And they had been taught all of the skills necessary beforehand, like fingerprint analysis, blood analysis. At the end of the year, both years, we've had a showcase where the industry partners are invited back to see what they've helped create. Parents are invited, and administrators and teachers. So those are just a few examples. What you see up here is our boys basketball chose to do a pet of the game. And so every home game, they would go to Valencia County Animal Shelter, choose a pet, post that pet on social media and at the games as well, and find a local partner to sponsor the pet. So the adoption was free to whoever went to go pick up that animal. And on the left side, you see our boys football team. They helped with our food pantry at Los Lunas High School. We gave away 100 turkey baskets with all the fixings for 100 families that came and picked them up. Our boys wrestling adopted a street, and our powerlifting team helped with the women's tea party. They escorted every young lady that came to our tea party to their table. So those are just a few of the things that we've done so far. Any questions?
So, I have a question.
Mr. Vickers.
It says that the capstone project began work with CTE teachers to integrate capstone projects into their courses. So CTE is not specifically listed in the coursework.
Okay,
So and capstone is listed as a standalone course. So how does that work?
So as the student approaches their junior or senior year, they would actually begin to make that decision of what kind of a capstone they'd like to do. What you've witnessed, what you've seen examples of here are more community-based capstones, but there are CTE capstones as well. So if a student, let's just say, and I always pick on welding, and I'm sorry, but that's one of my passions. If a student starts taking welding their freshman year, first year, sophomore year, as they approach that junior year, they might decide that they want to build something in that welding class as part of their capstone project. And so CTE teachers have done this for quite a long time. For an example, and I wish I had the picture here. I thought about it just a while ago, and our welding class recently created a sign for Tomei Elementary. It's a beautiful big metal sign. So students might see something, a need inside their community, or maybe a need inside their own world for something, and they can create it from that, work with their CTE teachers. And what Jessica is doing is she is kind of facilitating and helping teachers to guide that work. Yes, there's a product that comes out of it, but there's a lot of research that's on the back end of that. There's a lot of entrepreneurship that students have to engage in when working on these projects. And so Jessica's going to help them to create that actual pathway for that student, and the student also designs it as well. So it can be a CTE, and it can also be a community base. It can also be part of a research. So it might be something that, I like. A lot of times it comes from the student's passion. So maybe there's somebody in their family that has a specific type of cancer, and so they want to do more research on that. That could be their passion. That could be their capstone project as they near their junior year. Then they would want to work with their biology teacher, or they would want to work with their English teacher to work into that.
Okay, so that's sort of like the same work that covers two courses, one elective like welding and the other that capstone.
Right. And so they would be responsible for, so if they're taking welding 3, but then they're also taking the capstone class, they would be still responsible to go to welding 3 and all the requirements that welding 3 has for them. And then they would also attend a capstone class with a capstone teacher where they would build their capstone project. Would there be some back and forth between the welding teacher and the capstone teacher? Absolutely. And that's what Jessica is starting to facilitate and create capacity with our teachers to do that. It would be 2 separate classes, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't work with that teacher. And then possibly other teachers as well, like an English teacher on writing proposals and things like that. But that's a good question.
You have your community partners listed here. So where's FFA? That's a class, right?
So FFA is actually a club
Okay.
or an activity and organization. Yeah. However, they do take agriculture inside of our classes. Yes. And they can absolutely, FFA has been doing capstones with students for for years. That's part of what they do with a lot of their projects. So that might be an avenue that some of our students take, is working inside of that FFA, of those
They
FFA
teach-
projects. Absolutely. Yeah, and they do, and they actually do a lot of cross-curricular and FFA projects. Absolutely. And that is the idea, is that cross-curricular, right? Getting all of those pieces, kind of bringing it all together for whatever it is that I'm passionate about and that I think is going to help elevate me as a student.
So I see you have Boy Scouts listed, for instance.
Mhm.
What about 4-H?
I can look to see if they're one of our partners right now. I know that there's people involved in our partnership that are involved in 4-H, but I don't know if they're actually representing 4-H.
So we have a new extension agent that just started.
Okay,
in the
awesome.
Last week. So that might be somebody worth getting hold of.
Absolutely. We can get a contact with from you. That'd be awesome.
Talking about this.
Absolutely.
I noticed the dogs in there, and she happens to be very passionate about dog training and dog different stuff, so.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you her name off the top of my head. Just right up here a couple blocks.
Yes, their offices are there.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Bennett, any questions?
No, I was just concerned about that capstone, and I think you explained it pretty good. Thank you.
Mrs. Simoia?
I have two questions regarding the capstone 1 and 2. So I'm going to use your example of the welder.
Yeah.
So goes into it his junior year and says, I'm going to go ahead and continue and do this project. And then his senior year, he wants to change that project to something else in a community base and doesn't want to weld any longer. Maybe wants to work in healthcare or something like that. Are they allowed to do that? Or once they establish the capstone in the junior year, they have to see it through 2 years?
So it would be really nice if they could see it through 2 years, but we do know that we're working with children.
Okay.
I wanted to be a rock star when I was a sophomore, and it was like a real thing. So
Yeah, I didn't see any band on.
Yeah, it's not on.
You know, musicians.
They did, yeah, they ran out. So we do know that might be part of a student's process, and it might be part of their journey. So as long as we're meeting as long as we meet the requirements of the capstone,
Mhm.
which are going to be, some writing attributes, some presentation attributes, the product attributes, if they meet those pieces, then we can allow students to make those changes. And that's one of the reasons that we're starting the academic success class as freshmen, is so that we can start having those conversations with students early on, so that they can start making those plans. But absolutely, there's going to be changes. When we visited ACE Leadership, there was a girl who had gone all the way to her junior year, and she'd worked side by side with the Albuquerque Public Works Department, and had done worked fabulously alongside some projects for homelessness. And her senior year, she completely abandoned the project and ended up doing something completely different. It's not that her experiences was less valuable.
Very good. And then the other thing regarding project partners, are you constantly searching for additional project partners? I was noticing Las Lunas Schools isn't a part of this. Municipalities are not a part of this.
I believe the Village of Los Lunas is
Was
online.
The village is in
Yeah,
there?
and I know we have partnered with them.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And right
Yeah.
now, we have a core base of community involvement. But if a student comes to us and they have an idea and we need to get maybe Presbyterian Health involved, or we need to get Quest involved, we can start to do that outreach, and Jessica's actually part of that process as well.
Presbyterian.
So I will. So yeah, we're definitely open, and hopefully as we bring in more people, as we bring in more community, it is student driven
Yeah.
off of their interest. That's the goal.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Otero?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I have a few.
Yeah.
She braces with another comment.
Yeah. Well done.
Okay, so first of all, this is information that the board discussed in great detail over our summer retreat. So thank you very much for bringing it back to us, because I know in our discussion, we knew that it would be ridiculous. And of course, your superintendent was a huge advocate for the board to quickly move into requiring anything immediately for this next changes because of school. School master schedules had been set.
Yes.
So the board is aware that we do have this 2 units of local discretion. And we talked about it in great detail. So when I go over and I look at personal finance, course number 0517, is that a course that already exists?
So yes, it does exist. It has existed previously as an elective. And then we're putting it as part of the 4 credits for social studies.
So that's what you're recommending.
We're recommending, yes,
Right.
absolutely.
So as with all things, as is required by admin code, the board gets to approve the curriculum. With all of these things that you've proposed, this board has not seen curriculum for these proposals.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is you're asking us to approve a blank check. Right?
I can get you the curriculum and absolutely,
Okay. Did we have any parent voice
absolutely.
in terms of this pathway for the capstone?
Yes.
How many
Uh,
parents?
I'd have to get that for you. Don't have it
Okay.
offhand.
Because I have to tell you that the parents I've talked to, because Belen started this work a year ago. And so parents that have talked to me from Belen and also from, that are sending their students to Albuquerque have said that, they actually had quite a bit of input into what were going to be those courses, or, board offered a survey and whatnot. Like I said, in our summer retreat, we made no decisions, but we did talk about options in order to make sure that this was something that the community wants to get on board with too, because it's their high school career.
Absolutely.
It's not ours,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
I will tell you that I attended the Showcase Capstone a year ago. And I attended the Los Angeles Schools Historical Figure demonstration, and I saw some of the other presentations. And while I absolutely support project-based learning, and I support the option for students to be able to go into a project-based learning course as an elective, if that is their passion, I am worried that we would require not 1, but 2 of their required electives be on a capstone when you may have a student who is 100% military focused and would want to be taking something else to support them, more language, more, they have a particular interest in attending one of our military academies and they need higher math credits, etc. And requiring a capstone might limit that student. When a capstone, those skills that are, of course, imperative and they're useful and they're necessary, may not also be on a student's radar immediately. Some of our AP students.
So to answer that just real quickly, JROTC does actually complete a capstone project as within their
But then
course.
you're requiring it additionally, right? All of the CTE courses have some form of a capstone embedded in the CTE already. Your laboratory sciences already have a form of a research project already embedded. So now we would be saying to students, you now need to take 2 additional courses when they might have a different path. And that would be a requirement, as opposed to honestly saying to students, with your next step plan and your parents' involvement, you're planning out your own courses. So I'm balking at seeing a blank check, and I'm balking at putting this in as not 1, but 2 required courses.
Okay.
2, that's huge. What kind of requirements are necessary for a teacher to teach capstone?
So it would be a vocational.
Do we have the manpower right now?
We have the manpower, and it could also be any of our other core teachers as well. So we have a little bit more flexibility with that capstone.
And what about the union? This would be adding a different type of project for teachers. I was chemistry and math based, and
Mhm.
now you want me to take and do a capstone? How are
So-
you doing with union, with the conversations with the
We're-
union on this?
You're speaking NEA, correct?
NEA, yep.
Okay, correct. Have they been included? I know that some of the teachers are members of the union.
Yes, many of the teachers that have been part of the pilot program have been part of the union, so they've been part of the discussions.
I think my point is we haven't heard from them because the board
Okay.
hasn't brought this up as a conversation yet. I appreciate the initial work and I appreciate the proposal. There's obviously a lot of work that has got into this, and by no way, mean or form am I trying to negate any of that. I've seen a lot of the stuff that's gone on. Like I said, I've been in those two particular events. And while I appreciated the work that went in them, I had a different conversation with Mrs. Chavez after attending the two high schools public presentations and what I was seeing in terms of what I was probably expectations. It might be, and that's where I want to stop right there on that conversation.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the presentations. If you have other questions for Mrs. Montano or no other questions?
I do have, just for your reference, there is the actual HB 171 in your packets.
Yes.
So the first version that you see without the red line on the side bar is what was initially introduced. And then the second one with the red bar is what was passed.
Right.
And if you look at page 8, it is the requirements beginning with the freshman class that enters the 2025-2026 school year. So you have that to reference to match the presentation. But you do have what was initially introduced and then what the final bill that was passed.
Correct. But on this particular one, for what was passed, when we talked about it at the summer retreat, making no change this year for this particular freshman class is also an option.
Mhm.
We could begin making the change as we have this school year to discuss it and engage with our stakeholders for the class of 20, or for
Right.
next year's freshman class, which would be the 26-27 school year. Because we discussed this in June.
We
And
did.
talking about making a requirement change for our freshmen when the master schedule was already built.
Right.
So we discussed the pros and cons
Mhm.
of leaving the requirements as it is for the freshman class, for this year's freshman class.
Because of the master
And
schedule.
making no changes for the freshman class of 25-26, but making those changes effective for next year's freshman class.
Correct. So I just merely was pointing
Right.
out that
Right.
here's the
I
help,
wanted
so
to
you
make
have
that
the
really
background.
clear for anybody that's watching this, so they wouldn't have known where we were coming at. So yes, we discussed this in great detail in the summer retreat. Okay. Do I have any motion to approve the presentation as it was presented this evening?
Madam President,
Yes, Mrs. Simoia.
I'd like to dig a little bit deeper into the capstone opportunities. And it seems, I don't want to sound this way, but it seems a little bit wishy-washy, iffy to be throwing 2 electives on something that we haven't really firmed up yet. And I love the idea of getting the students engaged in next steps, not only just their community, but next steps. But I also would like to see where the structure is. I'm gonna liken this to the independent learning hours that we used to give our students, and it's that did not turn out very quite successful. So I'd like to know a little bit. I'd like to dig a little bit deeper, and perhaps we can have a work session to discuss this if there's not a requirement to do this or to make a motion on this action at this time.
There is no requirement, and this definitely could be seen as a first step presentation because we do have to take action.
Mhm.
We can't sit on it. We do have to take action. But this needs to be very thoughtful. So we do not have to have a motion to approve this as it was presented. We could ask for it to come back up as a work session and quite possibly give it some independent time on a work session, a little bit more. I do want to acknowledge, you guys have done a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to put things on paper and have it critiqued. Been there, done that, and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate every bit of the work. I know I watched with joy the students presenting their showcase. I didn't see it this last spring, but I did see it the spring before, and you're absolutely right. They're passion projects, and there was great joy and pride in what they were doing. And absolutely, we want to honor that if that is that student's particular pathway. So I would love to see this come back up again on another agenda, and let's go round two.
And Madam President, I'd
Yes.
also like to mention too that this needs to be discussed with the NEA.
Yeah.
Like it was mentioned earlier.
Right. So thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, this is Mr. Vickers.
Yeah, this is the first time we've been presented with this
Mhm.
information, right? So
Absolutely.
I'd like to study it more closely and study the bill itself and see what the options might be. Questions that might come up are how to dual credit courses fit into this framework and Madam Chairman, the points brought up were valid, that if somebody's on a track to do something else, we're limiting them because we're forcing them into this. And so I'd like to see some options there.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. We do
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Montaño and Ms. Baldonado.
We do have to, because there does say on the agenda that we do have, presentation and approval.
I would move to table the.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Mr. Bennett has moved, Mr. Vickers has seconded to table the approval of the elective requirements proposal as presented this evening for 2029. Is there any other discussion? I will call for the vote. Mr. Bennett, it was your motion.
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
I vote yes.
Mr. Otero,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. The item is tabled. We're on item L, which was a dissent item from the consent. Approval of district assurances to school board regarding compliance with Title IX as required by the NMPED for public schools with athletic programs in grades 7 through 12. I believe in our board packet, Mrs. Chavez, that there is a brief presentation that you have for us before we move into the agenda item. So
We
I'll
do.
let you have it.
Okay, I will actually turn this over to Mr. Hayes, or actually Mr. Seiss. I apologize. Mr. Seiss.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Chavez. This item is a New Mexico Public Education Department compliance entry. It is essentially our district assurance of the annual School Athletic Equity Act. All of the data has been submitted appropriately in the actual platform. We are ready for superintendent acknowledgement and board submission. So I have asked our athletic director, Mr. Bill Hayes, to provide a quick presentation just to be concise. And in the spirit of saving trees, he has not printed the entire data submission, but you'll see a snapshot of some information. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to congratulate Mr. Hayes. He is now our permanent director of athletics. So
Congratulations.
thank you for accepting the position.
If they're removed from your title.
It was good. It was good. Yeah. It's easier to say when I'm calling people and leaving messages. It's like interim director of athletics.
Take you serious
taking
now.
that wrong way.
Serious now. It's like, you give me the real.
Training wheels are off.
It definitely saves some time. Madam President, members of the Los Lunas Schools Board of Education, Superintendent Chavez, thank you for the opportunity to speak about the School Athletics Equity Act that we have just recently submitted. Next slide, please. So what you see in front of you, and it's really small, I think that one was printed out for you. This is the notification that Superintendent Chavez gets once the information has been uploaded. So this document is done annually by every school district in the state of New Mexico. And then annually it is submitted to the superintendent to certify compliance with Title IX requirements. Essentially saying that all SAEA, which is again Student Athletic Equity Act data, has been submitted for review. We are essentially reinforcing the statement that, quote, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal assistance. This assurance is our formal guarantee that we are upholding those standards.
And just one note on there, the assurances are for the 24-25 school year. So not the upcoming school year. So last year, Mr. Seiss and myself were new to our positions as far as taking over as the role of acting superintendent, and Mr. Seiss assuming the responsibilities of athletics. So that is a charge that we did have to receive this information, so that we are following our compliance as we are informed. So prior to those years, we were not in our positions that we are in currently.
This slide right here just indicates these are the schools that we go in and we fill out. We do have a total of 6 schools. However, 2 of them are not going to have data. Our Century High School and Los Lunas Family School, because those students will attend for athletic purposes either Los Lunas High or Valencia High. So we just provide the equity through that with what kind of athletic participation they would like.
So those students are included in LLHS or VHS's numbers?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah. And again, it's just based on attendance zone and where they live, and then there will be either Los Lunas High or Valencia High.
And is PED aware that we do that, or?
Yes.
Okay, so they know our unique situation with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it's common amongst different districts as well, in like homeschool, private school, charter, a lot of that type.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide. This is a brief overview of the data that we're required to submit. First, we need to submit the total number of male and female students that we have per school site. After which we submit how many male and female students participated in athletics. Thus, it will create a percentage for us. And then we're required to submit all of our coaches, so all the information that we have for coaches, whether they are head, assistant, or volunteer. We then look at our coach to athlete ratio per program. We look at athletic expenses, such as travel expenses, rotation of uniforms, we submit that information. We look at our athletic income, such as gate receipts, practice schedules, we submit, and then we also submit game schedules. And then finally on this slide, I just pulled a quick snapshot of what it looks like for some of that data whenever you click on the page. I highlighted 2 things in yellow and then the other in a type of lime green. So that first one that's the percentage of female students that we have enrolled in each of those schools. And the next yellow is the percent of female athlete participation that we have. And then the same for the green, and that was for our male students, and then the percentage of athletic participation for male. One thing that we do see, and I'm sure you see right away, is that our participation numbers are low, kind of across the board, male and female. So that's something that we are actively looking to continue to enhance at all of our schools. One thing with the approval of our new athletic activity managers, I can already see that is helping tremendously with our participation in our fall sports already. We're already getting our JV teams back at our soccer, which is great to see. Another thing is that we show is the number of male and female sports that we have per site. So at VHS, it's 12 and 12. Los Lunas High is 12 male and 13 female is considered with our dance and spirit. VHS, we're at 4, and Los Lunas, that should be Los Lunas Middle School. I think it's an M, is 6 and 6. And the reason for last year, the difference between the two middle schools is because Valencia Middle School did not have a cross-country team. And neither did it have a wrestling team. Currently, Valencia Middle School still does not have a cross-country coach. We do have that still posted on our website, but we're waiting for applications. A quick little snapshot too that I wanted to share is something that we can also look at when we're looking at Title IX, and is that a history of continuing practice of expansion, specifically for our female athletics. And you can see at Los Lunas High School, we've had a tremendous growth this last year in female wrestling, powerlifting. And then we had a growth in tennis, track, and golf. And then at Valencia High, we had really just growth in wrestling, female wrestling last year. Some things that we've been looking to do is to add our dance and cheer programs back to our middle school. I'm proud to say our Valencia Middle School does have a cheer program that they have reinstated. We have a coach over there. And we also have posted our dance and drill team at Valencia High School that is still yet to be filled. Some other data that I looked at that's not up here is I looked at from last year, or for the year before, I guess it would be 23-24, right? Yeah. I was able to see Los Lunas High, we were at a participation percentage for females at 22%. So this year we are at, or this last year we were at 29, so there's growth. The male last year was at 40. I think this one is 39. I can't read it, just going off the top of my head, which is pretty close. Valencia High from the prior year was at 39% for both male and female. So in summary, that's the data that we get holistically from uploading this information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Vickers, any questions?
Yes, I have one. You, in your chart there of sports, you don't list cross-country for the Valencia High School or Los Lunas High School.
Is it under track?
Which is a co-ed sport, basically. And so I was just wondering, from what I'm hearing, Valencia High School has very poor participation in cross-country, but they have a coach. Is that correct?
Correct.
So,
Yes. And I think right now we're still low. We're trying to build that up. We are reaching out to Valencia Middle School to try to get some of our 8th graders. I know that I just submitted a 8th grade form today for cross country for a student. So we'll continue working with. And I know Coach Brower, she's our cross country coach over there. She's been working with Coach Padilla as well, who's done a great job of building his program.
so they have full teams at Los Lunas High School, both men's and women's.
Yes, yes.
So both my daughters were in cross country, one at Los Lunas and one at Valencia. And I know at Valencia, they, the seasons intersect with soccer.
Mhm.
And a lot of those soccer kids are really good runners.
Mhm.
And so they worked out a deal where they could do their soccer during the week. They didn't have to go to the cross-country practices, and then they could participate in the meets on Saturdays.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's been offered or whatever, but, and my daughter started at 8th grade at Valencia in cross-country. So yeah, that's definitely a popular piece.
Yes, definitely. And we also can do morning practices, things like that too with soccer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett, any questions?
No, thank you for the presentation.
Mrs. Simoia?
No, thank you. Very, very detailed, very good.
Mr. Otero?
Oh, thank you.
So for the added sports for 25-26 at Los Lunas Middle School, we added dance, drill team and cheer. But we have coaches or we don't have coaches
We were able to get a coach for Valencia Middle School
for Valencia Middle School
Yes,
for
ma'am.
cheer,
for cheer.
but we're still looking for coaches. So that's not going to be something that we should rely on heavily this next year to help us bring up the numbers.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
And I've
just actually spoke with the coach at Valencia Middle School, and she does have some people that are interested in kind of helping out. And I told her, how about what if they apply for dance, and then we can kind of build that program that way too. So that's something that we're looking into.
And so I think what you're hoping for with the growth in the female co-ed programs from 23-24 to the 24-25 school year, you're hoping that that discrepancy, for instance, at Valencia High School between the percent of female students enrolled at 47%, I'm rounding up, to the percent of females participating at 36%. So that 11% differential, we're hoping that that helps balance it out or brings it up. Are we doing anything else to help recruit female athletes?
We're just constantly out there. I'm working with Mr. Schramm, who's our athletic activities manager out there. And we've already had an increase in participation numbers in volleyball and soccer, female soccer from last year. So that's already a good sign. And just trying to keep promoting what we have out there and keep trying to get student athletes out to
Right, because at
participate.
Los Lunas High School, the discrepancy is even worse,
Mhm.
19%.
Yes.
So if we're having full programs. So what other ahas did you draw from the report?
I'm sorry.
What other ahas, what other things came out in the data that are targets for you to be looking at this year and monitoring in terms of being in compliance or improving?
I think another big one is, I'm thinking Valencia in particular is our track program. Can really be enhanced, getting our numbers up. We had a new coach last year and kind of a transition period. Some other things are really just working with the school sites, and then maybe we can do some surveys for some of our student athletes to see some things that they'd like to see offered, or maybe some reasons why they're not participating, or I'd like to see maybe some reasons why they quit, like things that are happening. But I think that's kind of my big aha that I see. I do know like cut sport in volleyball in particular can hurt some of our female percentage numbers. I was at Los Lunas Middle School just last week for their tryouts, and there's 75 girls, which I don't know. It'd be tough to have 75 girls, so I get why you have cuts, but they're out there. It's okay, how do we, if you get cut from volleyball, what are other opportunities that you can have? And really communicating that with them. Saying, just because you're not in this sport doesn't mean you can't try something else.
I think so. Okay.
Like the cross country or soccer.
If I may interject for just a second, I will say that when we attended the athletic coaches meeting, I guess was it the end of July?
Yes.
Mr. Slice and Mr. Hayes both promoted the dual sports so that our students participate in more than one sport. And that was something that did come out of the discussion instead of just putting all your focus in one sport. And I know that we do have some of our student athletes that do participate in their multi-sport letterman.
Yes.
But that was communicated in the meeting with the athletic coaches.
Very good. Any other questions? Questions?
No.
So this was, I was the board member who dissented on this, so I will move to approve the district assurance to school board regarding compliance with Title IX as required by the NMPED for public schools with athletic programs in grades 7 through 12.
I'll second your motion.
Is there any other discussion? I have moved and Mrs. Sonia Simoya has seconded to approve the district assurance to school board regarding compliance with Title IX report. Is there any, I will call for the vote or discussion. I'm sorry, I'm over in another world. Is there any discussion? I will call for the vote. Mr. Otero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Simoya?
But yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
And I vote yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. We are now on to item M11. This was a dissent item from the consent agenda. I feel like I'm having to enunciate very clearly here. This is M11, the approval of MOU for statewide dual credit master agreement between UNM Valencia and Los Lunas Schools for New Mexico secondary and post-secondary dual credit programs FY 26. Mr. Vickers, would you like to let the board know why you dissented, and then we can hand it to Mrs. Chavez to see if we can have information presented.
I wanted it, I don't want to characterize this as dissented, but I want discussion on it. So,
Oh, you wanted more information?
right.
Yeah.
And I wanted to, I wanted to chime in on some of that. So
Okay.
a short synopsis of how it works.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Osowski. Mr. Vickers and members of the board, I will pass this back over to Ms. Montano so she can explain the MOU.
Okay. Please, in the future cabinet, just let us know when you're really sick, so then that way we can just pound you hard, you know, just to test you a little bit, okay?
So Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Dave Vickers, so specifically the one that was dissented was our master agreement. And so that would be all of our classes that are part of our crosswalk or our master agreement, which is going to be anything from biology, chemistry, economics, English, some of those classes.
Okay.
So specifically, what kinds of questions might you have?
Okay, so that, I want to make sure I was on the right one here.
Yeah.
So, what concerns me about that is, in the past, I'll try to be nice here. In the past, UNM main campus has not accepted some credits that came through the branch colleges. And I would like to make sure that if our students are doing dual credit, that those credits are good at main campus.
Okay. I understand that sentiment. Personally, I've taken classes at VC and it not transfer up there.
Right.
Our agreement is with UNM Valencia campus. And so it is based off of the classes that they offer. So for an example, and I'm just throwing this out, we do a biology 11-10 with them. So that's what they're saying. Their class is equivalent to the dual credit that we're offering on our campuses. Now, whether or not main campus accepts that biology 11-10, that's the agreement between Valencia campus and main campus. We can't, that's not in our purview, basically.
Can we have a discussion with the head guy over there about that? Making sure that our kids that are getting credited over here
Dr. Sam.
don't have to re-spend the money to redo it over there.
So yes, we can absolutely have the conversation. I will tell you, I spoke with a adjunct instructor from the UNM Valencia campus, and it appears from just the brief discussion I had with her, they are actually not even referring to UNM Maine as UNM Maine anymore. They are calling it UNM Center.
Yeah.
So it appears that there's some changes happening between the branch campuses and it's the main campus. So I'm not sure what type of agreements or discussions are occurring. I actually meet with Dr. Sam next week, Dr. DeSomo, sorry, I apologize, Dr. DeSomo, next week. And I can bring that up, but as far as us controlling whether those classes transfer, that would be the same as our students earning dual credit and then taking that class to as university outside of UNM.
Correct.
Like
for example,
NMSU.
Sometimes they transfer to smaller institutions. I'm not sure if it is in money-making opportunity for these main larger campuses to recharge our students for these courses, but I too have personally experienced that they didn't transfer as well, Mr. Vickers, and my son experienced that as well. So I think that's.
So at the very least, I
Yeah.
would like full disclosure for the students that the course you're getting credit for at UNMVC won't transfer. I want them to
May
know
not.
that.
May or may not.
May or may not, right,
Because, yeah.
exactly.
And the other thing is, I think I'd like to see on a future agenda, a resolution from this board to the higher education department that
It should.
this is not an acceptable situation. that branch college coursework should transfer to the main campus.
It's interesting that you bring up a resolution because the NMSBA has called for us to write resolutions.
Until
Well, we could do our own board resolution, but yeah, we could do a state.
But I think
resolution.
to also present it through NMSBA, because I'm sure we're
It's not
experiencing it, don't you,
acceptable.
Anna, San
Everybody
Juan
else is,
College,
Right.
Yeah,
Silver Cities,
All of
yeah,
them.
all of them have to be
Yeah.
experiencing it as
Right.
well.
you're
So
correct.
that they need to get their ducks in a row.
Right.
Their alignment issues should not cost our students.
Right,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Right, so I think we could work on that one very much.
Sure.
So are you comfortable though with the idea that our students right now are getting the benefit of at least attending UNMVC and they're allowed to attend and it counts for their high school credit for the MOU? Or do you need more?
I'm comfortable with that, but I would like the wording to have that caveat in there. That those credits don't necessarily transfer to main campus, just so they know.
So in communication with our students and our families,
Right.
absolutely, we can do
Um,
that.
So,
Rather than have a surprise when they go to
Yeah.
transfer after 2 years.
so I want to be clear, you're not asking for that language to be added to the MOU, are you? Or are you asking for that language to be added to the MOU?
Yes,
You are asking for that language
Right.
to be added to the MOU.
the students should be informed.
Okay, so then that.
That would
means
be
the
under
MOU
our
that's been
responsibility then.
presented,
Yeah.
We would have to either
under
table
that.
and bring it back.
I don't know, could we reword it right now?
No, because it's an MOU.
Right, so it'd have to-
both parties have to agree to it.
So,
And basically what we do is they generate the MOU, we sign it. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's typically been the same MOU for.
It's
for
the same MOU. And what is the date? Because I noticed that it does stop with this for year 26, so.
Yeah.
That for.
Yeah, it would start with this, with now in September, and I believe students have until or August, students have until the end of this week to
Register.
get those dual credit classes on their schedule.
UNM started yesterday.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
and they do give us a little bit of leeway with our
Right.
kiddos, yeah. And I believe UNM sent the memo last week.
So, Mr. Vickers, help me understand. Would you want a statement in the MOU that UNMVC acknowledges that some courses may not transfer to UNM Maine? And that it's somebody's, it's Los Angeles Schools or it's UNMVC's counselor's responsibility to communicate this? Help me understand what you would like to see in terms of wording.
I think that the student should be informed if the credit they're looking to get won't transfer. They should know that in advance.
So if I will, yeah, so if I will, the MOU is the agreement between us and UNMVC. It's not necessarily documentation that our parents or our students receive. That would be more like a syllabus or a course guide, course guidance document that might be a little bit more transparent for our families.
We could also put that in the registration paperwork when they are looking to enroll in these classes, that we could put that information so parents may or may not have to sign up depending on the age of the student, so that they understand that this is beyond our control
Right.
as LEA. It is dependent upon the higher education institute, but we can put that on a form for registration.
Okay, that'd be fine and have they're working with counselors, right?
They are.
Doing this, so have the counselors.
Yeah, we can add that
Make
form
sure
and we
that
can absolutely do that.
Information.
I think it's a very important situation. I'm glad you brought it up. Not sure that we could impact the MOU, but definitely we can impact the process.
Yeah, the
And I think we write the resolution.
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Otero.
and Mr. Vickers, I would recommend that, I mean, this is for this next year, right? The next school
This
year.
current school year.
School year.
Okay, it's obviously we can't change the MOU right now at this point in time, but I would recommend that we do what you're saying, go ahead and advise the counselors and what have you. Approve the current MOU, but as soon as possible, write our own resolution and then follow up with a resolution with NMSBA just to send a message that we're approving this for the benefit of our kids, but we don't like it. And this has been going on for years. That happened to me too. You know, this has been going on for quite a long time, and I was gonna say something, it would be inappropriate, but there's a match going on between, you know, there's this idea up there at main campus that they're above these community colleges, and that and they're not really happy with the competition, let's put it that way.
That's fair discussion.
I think that's very fair.
Do you have enough information, Mr. Vickers, that we? can
Yeah,
call for a
I
motion?
have enough information to okay this, but I do want to move forward with these resolutions.
Think we can.
Okay,
And yeah, they need to know our feelings about it.
well, and I do appreciate your advocacy, Mr. Vickers. I appreciate very much. Okay. Back to the item. Thank you, Mrs.
Absolutely.
Montano. Thank you. Sorry, we're just gonna let you stand up there and say, no, please. I'm so sorry. I've reached the point of giddy. Okay, we are back on item M11. May I have a motion, please, for the approval of the MOU for statewide dual credit master agreement between UNM Valencia and Los Lunas Schools for New Mexico secondary and post-secondary dual credit program fiscal year 26.
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Second,
Thank you, Mr. Vickers. I have a motion from Mr. Bennett and a second from Mr. Vickers to approve the MOU for statewide dual credit master agreement between UNM Valencia and Los Lunas Schools for New Mexico secondary and post-secondary dual credit program fiscal year 26. Is there any discussion? I will call for the vote. Mr. Vickers,
yes.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mr. Otero,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia.
I vote yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. We are now on to N, new business. We already have one topic. At this time, I will ask any board member requests for topics to be discussed on upcoming work sessions and or regular or special meetings. This information is for the purpose of gathering input. No action is needed at this time. And I will tell you, board members, that I've been working on a master plan to get us through December for our topics, so that we can, our work sessions are what we need to do for the new, for new business. Mr. Vickers, I have already recorded a resolution for the agreement that the higher ed has to be cooperative with each other, and the wordsmithing, there needs to be a lot of work, but I have recorded it for higher ed agreement, et cetera.
I think we've got to like September 6th to submit it to the Mexico School Board. So
September 8th, I think, somewhere in there. Yeah, I think one of the two. Are there any other topics for new business from members of the board?
Not new business, but work session. I believe the graduation requirements capstone should be a work session that we
Yep.
detail that out.
Well, and we tabled that.
We tabled it,
So
so
that's got to come back up.
it's got to come back up, right? Any other topics for new business? Okay, thank you very much. We're on item O, announcement of meetings. This brings us to the announcement of meetings as allowed by the Open Meetings Act and the District Open Meetings Resolution. On occasion, a quorum of the board members attend the same function, including school and district celebrations and ceremonies, as well as sports functions, conferences, workshops, trainings, and community events. Board members will refrain from discussing and or acting on Los Lunas Schools Board of Education issues in those settings. In addition, only official meetings are published, and if other meetings are scheduled, they will be announced in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. With that being said, I would like to announce the following meetings. September 9th, 2025, the Audit Committee, including special audit entrance meeting. This is attendance by invitation only. That will be held in the Central Office Conference Room beginning at 3:00 p.m. On September 9th, 2025, Finance Committee meeting, also in the Central Office Conference Room beginning at 4:00 p.m. On September 16th, 2025, regular board meeting in the Central Office Boardroom at 6:00 p.m. I should announce a work session right now, September 16th, 2025, in the Central Office Boardroom at 4:30 p.m. September 30th, the New Mexico School Boards Association Region 4 Fall Meeting, which will be held in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The location is to be announced. This is for training purposes only. No decisions will be made. A quorum of the board will be in attendance. That usually runs between 5:30 PM and 8:30 PM. We are now into item P, closed executive session. Closed executive session for attorney-client privilege regarding pending or threatened litigation, specifically to review the investigation into the safety and security procedures within the district. This is pursuant to New Mexico statutes annotated 10-15-1 H7. A quorum will be in attendance. This will be discussion only. No action will be taken. I would stand for a motion to go into closed executive session.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Otero. Mr. Bennett has moved and Mr. Otero has seconded to go into closed executive session. Do you have any discussion, or is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I will call for the vote. Mr. Bennett,
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia,
Yes.
Mr. Otero,
Yes.
Mr. Vickers,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. The board is in closed executive session as of 8:35. We will take a small recess.
8:25.
No, it's 8:25. We're in closed, but we're gonna go.
Oh.
We made the motion at 8:27 actually, but we will be in closed executive session by 8:35. I'm going to give the board members a few moments to take care of personal needs. Mrs. Chavez, would you join the board, please, in closed executive?
Yes, I will.
That's good.
Where are your microphones?
Put it away.
I didn't do it.
We're live.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Are we ready?
Yes.
I would stand for a motion to go back into regular
So
session.
moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Simoia. Mr. Bennett has moved and Mrs. Simoia has seconded to go back into regular session. Is there any discussion? Having no discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia.
Yes.
Mr. Otero.
Yes.
Mr. Vickers.
Yes.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. The board is back in regular session at 10:05 PM. As announced, the Los Angeles Schools Board of Education went into closed executive session at 8:35 PM. As stated in the motion, the discussion in closed executive session was for attorney-client privilege regarding pending or threatened litigation, specifically for review of the investigation into the safety and security procedures within the district. This is pursuant to NMSA 10-15-1H7, and a quorum of the board was in attendance. This was discussion only, no action was taken. I attest that no other topics were discussed than those listed in the motion, and that no action was taken during the closed executive session. I am on to item Q, adjournment. This leads us to the adjournment of the meeting. I would stand for a motion to adjourn. Oh, Mr. Bennett, you were quick.
I'll second.
Mrs. Simoia, you're quicker. I'm calling for the vote, please. Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mrs. Simoia.
Yes.
Mr. Otero.
Yes.
Mr. Vickers.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Meeting is adjourned at 10:06 PM. Now remove your mics.